Hello, everyone. Good evening. So, to begin with, I'd like to thank Medic3744 for following. And I wish you all good evening. So, I meant to get started a lot earlier. That probably goes without saying, considering that I usually start at 5, and it is past 7. Nevertheless, here I am. So, I hope that everyone will have a lovely time. Today, we're going to be playing SMZ3, which I often play because I love it. I'm not very good at it, but I love it. So I'd like to say hello to Greenlows, Red Blue Fire, Renee, Woong, Magitech, Burwolf, Grilson, Mirai, Roto, Panis, Ortho, Gaia Force, and hello to Boogums, and Angeriu. I really hope everyone's having a good day, and if not, I hope I can make it a little better. So, I don't really have a lot to say today out of the ordinary, except that I've more or less just asked Frodo if we can collaborate soon. It's been a little bit. Also, the Wiggly emote is still coming. It's still on its way. I get the feeling that you'll be seeing that in like a week or two. So just FYI. I can't wait to have it because we'll finally have something like dance-worthy in terms of emotes, right? Okay, so why don't I just get started? Also, this is going to be my first time using my keyboard during a stream since... Oh, thank you for... thank you for gifting a sub to... to Kicksville. Thank you very much, Greenlows. Okay, I lost my train of thought. This is going to be my first time using my keyboard since I took off the mic filter, so if anything gets too loud or annoying, please let me know. Yeah, I love that piece of fan art. Okay, let me get the game audio set because I forgot to. There. Now, as many of you know, I often have bad luck with these seeds. I get extremely cursed seeds that require something absolutely ridiculous out of me, or that take me to ridiculous lengths to get stuff. So fingers crossed that for once I get something more generous, right? Oh, I forgot to enable the auto-tracking. Okay, it's on. Part 1, getting used to the controls again because it's been a bit. I don't think that I will ever be the best SMZ3 player ever. In fact, I don't even think I'll ever be comparable to Pink. But you never know, I guess. Hey, Steph. As always, thank you for lurking. That is super weird, Medic. Maybe you accidentally pressed the arrow that collapses it? Plasma! The first item is plasma. Incredible. Funny. And what is she trying to world record? Missiles. No surprise there. A rupee. Of course. Oh, wow. That's rad. Oh, I wish her the best of luck on that. What am I doing? I should have reset. Well, not literally reset, but, you know, respawned. Bombs. Not much, but it's something. She has the only 101% run so far. I see. Man, my routing is so bad. It's so bad it needs a power glove. Look at me just squiggling around over here. Like, what do I think I'm doing? Oh, right, that can still hit me under there. Oof, you gotta get all P ranks. I see. That would make it tough. So, is anything new with anyone today? A sword! Guys, it's a sword! Imagine having a sword at the start of the game. SMH can't relate. Oh, that would be ridiculous in Jebu. I mean, I wouldn't complain. Okay, let's see. Energy tank, makes sense. Ice beam. We got the first mitt. I've got a bad feeling about this. This is already lulling me into a false sense of security because there is something very wrong here. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Oh well. Someday I'll memorize that properly. Okay, we got a blue boomerang. Let me grab the other two chests that I messed up like a dummy. I'll improve every time I do this, though, you know? Just, it's actually been a minute, hasn't it? It's been a little bit since my last seed. I normally would run them much more often than I have been. Yeah, yet. Emphasis has to be put on yet, because that kind of stuff has happened to me more than once. You know? Yeah, it's a visual pattern. Bow! Okay, this seed is making me really nervous. It's a heart. Okay. I needed to fill up on bombs because if I don't, I won't have any for the next part. Okay, so let's go in here. You guys know the drill. These early parts tend to be pretty boring by comparison to later game. Missiles. Always welcome. Okay, let's see what we have in here. More missiles. Can't complain. Missiles are not super useful, but at the same time, you do need a lot of them. Like, it's not going to enable anything, but it's useful long term. Okay, it's a piece of heart in the library. Don't really care. Okay, I'm gonna get that super missile. I feel like I waste time peeking when I could just go for the item. I suppose it would matter more if it were something that I really didn't need. Oops. A little misplaced. I should have just moved it. Bear in mind, I'm a little rusty again. It'll come back. Why am I doing that? Yeah, like, it seems like a bad idea to peek it, because on the off chance that it's something you actually want, you will have wasted time. Okay, let's move. And now for these items. Another super missile, that's not bad. Okay, I hope it's something good. Well, I will certainly take a wrapped hamburger. Okay. And now in here. We have a sword, so no problem. Very rare to have a sword for this check, huh? At least in my games, I mean. Piece of heart. Arrow capacity. 50 rupees. 50 rupees. And a super missile. Not so hype. Let's see if I can actually get over here without dying like an idiot. Because I often end up dying my first time on the way to the coast, like an idiot. It's funny, though. It's funny. Like, I'll just be walking along and I'll get shot, you know? It happens. I live in America. Yeah, they are. In both games, actually. The crabs in Super Metroid do a ton of damage. Oh? Early Pegasus boots? That never happens to me. Which is why I'm so bad at using them when I actually have them. Yeah, do I even want to check? I'll check. First things first, I ran out of bombs. I really don't want to do the desert check, but... it seems prudent because I don't have much in Metroid right now available to me. So unless this is expecting me to do the Eastern Palace... better safe than sorry, right? Ah, whoops. And I'm going this way because I guess I'll get the piece of heart. Really don't need it. Okay, now let's go to the desert. Oh wait, I forgot about the rock. You can't forget about Dwayne. Thank you, random troop. Ouch. Okay, let's see what's down here. Okay, this is a weird seed. Oh, I know why I went to Kakariko. I meant to refill my bombs. I don't have any bombs. How do you forget what you're doing right after you start doing it? Does that happen to anyone else? That's gonna cost me a bunch of time. Yeah, clearly a RAM issue. Like, whose idea was it to give me random access meows instead of random access memory? And yes, it's random. It's definitely not anything else. Okay. I didn't mean to pick that up, but... Someday I will become more precise. Because, you know, I love SMZ3 and I'm always going to be playing it. This is always going to be one of my mainstays. So have you guys heard my keyboard at all so far? Hopefully not. But if you do occasionally, it's probably not so bad. Excuse me, game? Okay, this is a very strange seed. Hey, Tarkus. It's going strangely, very strangely. I see. Oh, this is MSU1 music. Hey, Andy. How are you doing? Oh, whatever. Leave me alone, dude. Can't you see I'm just doing some grave robbing? Yeah, the demo's out. Rupees. Apparently the demo is also for PC, if I understood correctly. Yeah, there's a remake. This Resident Evil 4 definitely needed a remake, and not Code Veronica. Right, I can't actually use these bombs yet. Here I am with the plasma beam and the ice beam, and no morph ball. I swear, if there's vanilla morph ball or something. I mean, Grilson, I know that's true, but at the same time, all four are really needed. frankly, was, you know, like, a good remaster. Okay, those are just bombs. Really don't care. Okay, so no more green dots. Technically, Silent Hill 1 had a remake. It just wasn't the kind of remake people wanted. Most people. Yeah, it's yellow. Because I don't have the, lantern. The lamp. Sadly, that's probably the case, Andy. I mean, I don't think it's enough. Yeah, emo tracker. You can see the, you can see the items and everything. Like, right next to me. Okay, let's go back to Hyrule. We're going to the Eastern Palace, I guess. Man, is he? Interesting, I guess. I mean, it'd be a shame if he didn't yell father in a really terrible way. But I could do without him trying to kiss Claire in her sleep. I could really do without that. Firebomb, 100 rupee, missile. Yeah, this is by far the earliest I've ever gotten the Pegasus boots. Because I've always had that problem myself. I think we all want Steve to be less of a creep, but... I still enjoy him as a character otherwise, and I would have been glad for him to... Spoiler alert, as Wesker says, come back the same way Wesker did. Stronger than ever. That would have really been something. But Capcom isn't brave enough to bring Steve back. Ouch. Oh, I should grab the pots. Just rupees. Silly me. I'm trying to make proper use of the Pegasus boots, but you have to understand I'm really not used to doing so. Out of my way. Not quite. go. Yeah, I've gotten kind of used to doing dark rooms. Some of them I have memorized more or less. No big key. What am I doing? I'm definitely not meant to be in here. Man, I guess I don't have this room memorized. Okay, that's bad. Death. Kinda wonder. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting across that. I don't know what I was thinking. More bombs. Hey, Fernea. How's it going? Oh, man. Playing a game the last day you can do so? Hmm. Ah, yeah, understood. Oh, I didn't have enough health to do that. I just wasted a bunch of time. Yeah, I tried to. I don't have great strategies in general because a lot of the tricks out there are hard for me to memorize. I'm trying though. I feel like every time I play the game I learn something. And that's what's important, right? Ah. Man, I just can't do that properly anymore. Oh well, whatever. Let's do it more carefully this time. Thank you, Gaia. Ugh. That shouldn't have been as close as it was. Okay, let's just deal with this the old-fashioned way. With prejudice. These skeletons. I have the bow, but I would need the big key. Ah. Game? Oh, I see. So who wants to bet that I will go through all of this and come out with nothing to show for it? Okay, this room. I really don't like this room. Okay, I'm probably dead. Yeah, that room is one of the worst ones to do in the dark. Easily. Plus, there's no way that the seed wanted me to do this in the dark. So I wonder what's up. Like, there's a good chance that doing this could net me something of meaning, but there's also a fair chance that it doesn't. And we don't even know if I have any actual reason to be here or not otherwise. So we'll just call this the warm-up dungeon. Oh god. Yeah, let's check what the dungeon actually is. Oops. It is a Metroid boss. Let me label these. Okay, okay. Okay. All labeled. What am I doing? Okay. What is it you don't understand, Tarkus? Okay, no, the way it works, you could say that Metroid sort of has its own version of the crystals, sort of, required to open Mother Brain. So you are basically credited for the kill, even though the boss is still otherwise alive, and can still be killed by you for a different prize. Like they might have a crystal or something. Yeah, exactly. So it counts for the sake of barriers like that, but they are otherwise alive, unless you've killed them. The game definitely doesn't want me to fake Flipper either, but at this point I may as well. Okay, so what this is we gotta do Hyrule Castle. I really should have checked Hyrule Castle's basement to begin with, but... like, nobody really enjoys doing these checks, right? And yeah, if the castle doesn't have something good, I'm 100% screwed. I see. Wow, that was terrible. Great job. Okay. So... I see. Yeah, and I don't like this situation. I mean, I'm glad to have a male, but... like, you know? Man, which room is this again? The map, I can just look. Oh no! Right. Just this room. Well, that was the worst I've ever done in that silly room. There's one more item in there, though. Okay, fine, whatever. That's fine. Now we're at the Black Cross, I think. Okay, game. Okay, game. What do you want from me? Hey, Sniff. Me a rupee. Need some rupees. Why am I trying to swim into that waterfall? I swear I always do this, even though I know that it's not useful. This one too. Why do I always do this? I'm sure, though, that Zora's domain has to have something. And at the rate things have been going, I am suspecting Morph Ball. So, anyone up to anything interesting besides just watching me? Anything interesting been going on today? Bombs? The ocarina. Why don't I have a mech? Okay, so that's that. What I really need right now is like a couple more rupees. Right? Isn't catfish 300? Or am I mistaken? Okay, that piece of heart is much appreciated at least. But I need 2 more rupees. I need 1 more rupee. Okay. Whoa. That poor guy. Hey, Punch. How's it going? This is ridiculous. Okay, Scamfish. No? That's not enough? Man, how much is it? $500. Oh boy, my eyes are going wide over here. How goes the seed? I don't know where to begin. Like, either King Zora has something super important, like the Morph Ball, or, heck, I don't know. Oh, I should use the ocarina instead of going through all this trouble. Yeah, I'm almost entirely certain that the scamfish has life lessons. Although there is one more place I can check now. Well, a couple actually, but... First of all, let's deal with the old man. Oh crap. A minor miscalculation. Without a visual memory, I just kind of have to go by, like, muscle memory for these kinds of puzzles, you understand. Hey, Chaotic. Okay, we're almost there. Well, that's not the most helpful thing in the world, old man, but I'll take it. Whoops. What? Oh, I do not like that. Also, this is awkward. Will that enemy ever come back around if I just stay here? X be like, yeah, that's me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It's a good thing though, Roto, because like... if it didn't, I would be in some serious trouble right now. Ugh. Okay, game. So, guys. Who wants to grind 200 rupees? This is Abigail. From Stardew Valley. Well, then I've got some good news. I don't think I absolutely have to. Although, gosh, this is going to be a nightmare. Like, it's amazing what the game is doing to me this time. That's okay, because I am a gamer. This is gonna be so god-awful stupid. First things first, let's save. Oops. Like, are you guys ready for absolutely nonsensical stuff? Because we're gonna have some absolutely nonsensical stuff. Crap. You don't know what a sensible run is? Then you've been here a while. I mean, I knew that, but... If a shine sparked from there, I would hit my head anyway. Crap. So close. I don't think I've ever had to do this. But I'm always kind of happy when I end up having to do something new and it's not severely hard. Like, this seems manageable. Aside from when I release the input prematurely. Too many mishaps with the jump button. You guys like the start of this song, so do I. Split second too short. If I do it from here, I'll hit my head. Full health again. It's funny because, like, this doesn't seem like a particularly difficult one. At the same time, I've never done it before. I kind of wonder, would I really hit my head? If I went up the slope like that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would. But... okay, that's what I figured. Gamer. Half magic. Okay, so while I'm here, it would be a good idea to check how many bosses I need for Torian. 3. I guessed it would be something like that. Down we go. really know if I should be saving here, but I'm saving here. I see. What? You have plasma turned on, right? I don't. This is gonna be so awkward, isn't it? This whole run. Oh, just a missile tank. So, all of you know what this means, right? Yeah. Okay, so what do you guys think's gonna happen? I want to hear it from you. Yeah. If Scamfish steals my money, then we've got nowhere left to go. Can't believe it's come down to this. Incredible. Yeah, that happens all the time, Uno Squid. That's what we call a life lesson. I mean, you undoubtedly learned something from that experience. Okay. Back to Hyrule. Unbelievable. Yeah, I can access it. I mean, I've been to the... There was nothing there. Of meaning. Oh wait, you mean... Oh, you mean where the normal morph bombs are required. I can't get into there. Actually. Okay, so wish me luck, everyone. Because we all sure as heck need it right now. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. I have no morph. And I must scream. Oh dear. I have ideas, none of them are good. They are all very, very bad. We'll start with the one that makes the most sense, but please excuse me for a moment first. Hey, what was that? Oh my gosh, that was a little terrifying. first missile room? What do you mean? I practically don't remember vanilla logic anymore. Okay, right, I can't get down there. Ozo? What? You need Morph Ball to get in there. There's a Morph Ball-sized gap before the room. Oh. Anyway, there is one more option that makes a lot of sense and is in that direction. Or... No, I know that the thing in the ceiling is just some bombs. Regardless, let's take a look over here. That's awesome, Squid. Hey, Sergeant. I hope you sleep well. Okay, let's get the ceiling items since we're here. It's nothing useful though, it's just bombs. Almost. Just crawl under there. Sorry, Mega Man can't crawl. I didn't even open it first, and it was the wrong block anyway. Okay. There's just a piece of heart in Spectacle Rock Cave. Thanks, game. Very cool. Yeah, there wasn't anything useful in there, but... And this is a big asterisk. Norfair is my only bet. Yeah, I can't use a power bomb. Thanks, Sergeant. I need the luck. For once, I actually need the luck. Like, I thought my old seeds were bad, but wow! I've come a long way, at least. I still remember bumbling my way around my first seed, feeling like I barely remembered how to play the games at all. Nice. Okay. So I'm going back to Norfair. Yeah, I still have a ton of tech to learn. Although I've always been good at wall jumps. Like, that's really the one thing. Why did I come here? I think my brain is just rattled by the intense difficulty of this seed. Wow. Okay. So we're going to Norfair. What if I become a god after getting the Morph Ball? Is this like training with weights? Like weighted clothing and everything?
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
Ow. Ow. Okay, so I'm gonna save my game, first and foremost. I've got ideas, and I don't like them. At all. Let's see what's in here. The mirror. Haha, game. Very funny. I can't go through here. Oh. Probably. This is, of course, useless to me. There's absolutely nothing I can do in here, and by being in here, I'm stuck. Hey, Morph. How are you doing? It opens up very little of Brinstar, and I've already been there. Yeah, I know. This won't let me actually get out. Do I have the facilities to be in the angry room? Nope. Nope. But that doesn't mean I don't have to. Hey, Felly. How are you doing, Felly? You're sleepy, but the good kind? Well, at least there's that. Hmm. I don't like where this is going. Hey, JD. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Oh, insanely cursed. What the? Well. Well, you know, that's not difficult. A Time Lord only has 2. At the moment? Hmm. Hmm. Like, I'm just sitting here thinking now, and like, seems obvious that I have to go through Crocomire. Well, Fernea, I'm like... ...90% certain that I'm going to end up finding the Morph Bomb well, the Morph Ball, like past Crocomire, there aren't really any dots that I can... Unless Emo Tracker is very wrong for once, there's nothing I can do that way. Whereas Crocomire, I know I can get to. I'm not discounting the tracker being wrong, though. Anything can happen. I don't have enough energy tanks for Nea. Let me put it to you that way. I'm pretty sure it's physically impossible for me to survive that track. And that's why it's not marked on the tracker. Art container. Yeah, it is. Thanks, Andy. Oh. That's fine. Well, Maggie, we are really in a bad situation. It is not clear at all what I should be doing from this point, honestly. I have very few options left. Oh, more cursed than you would even think. Yeah. ₹50. Great. Great. Oh. Well, that's a reset. Yeah, I should be able to get what's over here. Oops. It's a reserve tank. That doesn't particularly help me. Also, I'm kind of dead right now. It's like an energy tank, except bad. Ganon and Ridley teamed up to make this seed? I guess Mother Brain wasn't invited. Well, let's just refill, right? So that we don't have to worry about that later. Wait a moment, can I even get out of here? I mean, like, out of Norfair as a whole, for example. Ah, crap. You're right, I can. Because it's not like I can't open the gate, it's not... Okay, I don't really need the reserve tank right now, unless I do, but... Okay, I'm gonna die the moment I exit, so... There's that. Good job, X. You hit your head. Oops. Oops. What am I doing? Okay, let's pay attention. Said pay attention. There we go. Sleep tight, Grilson. Okay, I can't. Just thinking. Yeah, I can just do that. Silly me. No problem. Okay. Because, like, I only have one more idea that doesn't involve doing something absolutely terrible. What are you doing? Just chill out, Sarah. It's fine. I don't think I've ever had an SMZ3 seed that just was this specific, you know? I know I can't do anything of meaning in Kraid without the Morph Ball. Hell, if I'm going into Meridia. Maybe. Just maybe. There could be something in Brinstar. The pink Brinstar. Oh. Man, I can't get up here though, can I? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Uh... That's a bad sign, believe it or not. I mean, we can actually go places now, but the screw attack is a very, very bad sign here. You know where this means I probably have to go? Do you know? It means that I probably have to go to Lower Norfair.
It's no use!
Alright, I can get out the other way. I think. Okay. At least we're safely out. But Sarah, you might ask, how are you going to get to Lower Norfair? The answer to that is actually quite easy. It involves a bunny. Well, in here first, so that thing leaves me alone. This is a terrible idea. Just honestly the worst. Okay. What? I see. Man. Are you bloody kidding me? I want to cry. You know, Roto, you could be praising what I did instead of praising what I've not. Instead of lamenting what I've not. You know what I mean. Like, at that point, you are bragging and talking down to me. Be nice. Okay, so that was useless. But I could never expect any better from this place. I don't think I've ever gotten anything good in there. Let's save at the ship. Yeah, I just feel like the game is being nonsensical to me. But now it's wide open, which is just as much of a problem as those of you who run randomizers know. I don't want to spend my health getting up there. Like, the odds were really bad, right? Just in general. And I've got to do... I've got so much to do now that those odds are finally beaten. So much to do. I just figured that the gauntlet is a good first bet. Yeah, I deserve some credit, right? Right? Man, normally I don't have this much trouble doing this. You guys have seen me do it a bunch of times. I think. Okay. That wasn't so bad, now was it? Yeah, understandable. Uh-oh. No, please don't grab me. Let me live. Ouch. Oh. Well, that's... I just signed my own death warrant. Okay. Fair enough. I'll not let that happen again. I just want the music to start again. Okay, oh gosh. Really? That's fine. Yeah, I can do it, no problem. Crap. Too early. Like, with this particular wall jump, you practically have to be hanging off of the wall. Okay, that part is taken care of. And that's the annoying part anyway. You're fine, Andy. Fine. Besides, since you're one of the people who draws me, you would know. Oh, crap. Bottle. Bottle over there. That's pretty important, but there's more fish in the sea, as they say. Plenty of fish in the sea. Take it easy, Tarkus. Thank you for dropping by. I'll be right back, alright?
I'm out of here.
I'm here. So, X really likes doing this pose, huh? Okay, so that's just map room. Missile refill over there. Oh right, I gotta get the items from the bridge room. Of course, it's nothing of use. Oh well. Okay, down and down we go. Get off of me, you silly things. I need some power bombs. It's the spacer. Oh gosh, you guys definitely heard that. My bad. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Okay then. Honestly, I don't feel like the wrecked ship is even my best bet right now. I mean, it's an option. I mean, not just Meridia, there's a whole bunch of stuff in Brinstar that I don't have yet. Because I couldn't morph. I think there's plenty of acceptable ways to play this game. I know I'm not the best at it, though. Save here, because it just makes sense. I'm just really glad that I have 15 power bombs. Are there unacceptable ways? If you play this game in a way that deprives me of food, you are playing it wrong. Fair? Streamer plays Super Metroid so badly. Critical national food shortage results. You know, I can actually kind of spin that, because what if the streamer was so entertaining that people literally couldn't stop watching, and they just had to eat food the whole time too, but nobody was producing food anymore, so after a while all the food runs out. Well, I thought it was funny. Just a missile. I mean, I suppose I should be thankful. I do need missiles. In general, I need missiles. I just don't need that many of them because I have plasma. What I really need is the charge beam. As far as Metroid weapons are concerned right now. I don't really want to go up there. I only want to go up here. Mushroom, mushroom! Anyway, we're back here. Sorry about that. I don't suppose I don't have much reason to go up there, actually. Oh, it switched me to this phaser. Oh. It's easier to come down than go up. That's a matter of opinion. Like for Nea, be a little less advice. I mean, objectively, it is easier to come down from above, but not that hard to go up either, in this situation. If you're a helium balloon, it's easier to go up than down. I hadn't thought of it that way. Ah, it's nice having ice plasma. Don't have to worry about those forsaken things. Bombos. So, you guys. Oh, crap. Hey, Hopes Blaze, how are you doing? I'm okay, I think. Anyway, you guys. I'm curious to know your opinion. So, here. There's a poll. Desperate need of a new pair of headphones? Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that. Those situations are always awkward. Oh crap. Where am I going? You know what? Let's at least have a look and see what item is on the bridge. Bridge? It's not a bridge. You guys know what I mean. The pool. The pool that needs a bridge but doesn't have one. When it comes to situations like that, Hope's Blaze, I typically find that, I end up, like, just needing to twist the plug or something dumb like that. Very annoying, though. This is not the spot. This is... Rest weighs 5 kilograms. Is that what they call heavy sleep? Oh dear. Down and down and down we go. Right, I'm definitely not going in there right now. Oh, my screw attack is still off. Silly me. I turned it off so I could go up that, you know, pink Brinstar without much trouble. Oh. I forgot that happens. Hello, Fry. Hello, Fry. Come here so I can pet you, Fry. Fry's on my bed now. Hey Taco King, how's it going? Thank you for the hydration reminder. Man, I want to refill my power bombs. I think I'll do that real quick. Man, everybody loves bombos. And there's absolutely no love for Quake. Interesting. Well, somebody could like it because it's cool. It doesn't have to be because it's powerful. Personally, I'm neutral on Quake. After all, Quake 3 Arena is where it's at. Unreal Tournament? Counterpoint. Epic. I hope Pinball FX hits Steam soon. Why am I doing this? Well then. Let's go. Level 3 sword, I'll certainly take it. Missile! I don't really need missiles. Norfair is still kind of dicey. I don't have Varia. But I can go kill Kraid. What is this, like one of those you must be this tall to ride things? Nope. Oopsie. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, what have we got over here? That's what I figured. Let's go. Darn. Oh, that sucked. Whatever, Crave's dead. Missiles. Figures, doesn't it? So be it. You know what's kind of funny? All this, and we still haven't found any sort of progression item for, Hyrule. Unless a mushroom just happens to unlock a bunch of stuff. Which is possible. It's possible. But highly unlikely. Bye, Fry. Fry left because Rhoda went downstairs. The game. Okay, what now? Have some options. Like, this is a perfectly decent option now. We'll find out what's in here. Oh. Oh, darn. I'm probably gonna die. It's a power bomb, though. That's kind of important. I didn't save. Health, please, health, please. No health. They didn't give me health. Hmm. These things happen. I'm not that bothered. It's just, you know, these things happen. It's fine. So I'm just gonna go this way. Are you exploding cows over there, RPG? Specifically warned you against doing that. I know that they produce a lot of methane, but... crap. This is what happens when I don't commit enough to my jumps. My jumps. Rude. Man, I'm not used to doing this room when it's turned off. I always do it when it's turned on. Man, it's a pretty quiet night, huh? Hey Maple, how's it going? No problem, no problem. Man, remember when Phantoon used to give me trouble? I'm sure RPG remembers. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Who you gonna car? Wait, no, that's the 2DX version. Oh, nothing. I was just talking about how Phantoon used to give me trouble when I was starting out with this stuff. Like, a lot of the stuff I've done casually in this particular run is stuff I had to do in my first run and was hopeless at. Oh, he's still alive. That's fine. I feel ya, Maple. There's been some stuff about it that's been pretty rough for me recently too, but, you know, I'm doing okay enough. Here to stream for all of you. Oops. Whatever. That'll do it. That will take care of him.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
One of the big... Wow. Words are hard. One of the big problems with Phantoon is, like, if you have super missiles, you're gonna be super tempted to use them. Oh, RPG, I wouldn't have any trouble with that anymore. Just an energy tank. Appreciate it, but not that special. Like something's been weird about my energy this run. Well, I mean, RPG Phantoon is really not hard, it's just a matter of patience. Barely get hit if I don't use the super missile. Ouch. Oh, if you never use a super missile, you don't really have to deal with the really difficult waves. Of course, using super missiles is the fastest way. It's the hair. Oh dear. The hook shot. Well, thank you for the compliment, I think. Well, you know, if that's how it works with your style, then that's how it works. Some people draw that way, and there's nothing wrong with that. Ah, this room. This room is just tedious. I'm using missiles. Oops. Oh, a bottle. That's good. Oh, way more. As long as you get the charge beam eventually, you don't really need missiles, and even if you need missiles, you'll usually have more than enough by the end of the game regardless. Whereas bottles are your lifeline in Zelda. Yeah, what Fernea said. Oh boy. Fairy missiles, that's great. Oh my gosh. Hello everyone. I'm Sarah Lenny, the magical cat girl who plays retro games. Thank you for raiding, Sasha. You were playing Dwarf Fortress, right? How was Dwarf Fortress today? Because there's all kinds of ways that game can go. Nobody's dead yet. Okay, so you've just started playing. Hello to everyone. We are playing Super Metroid and Zelda 3 at the same time, of course, because that's the only way to do it. I'm not great at SMZ3, but it's a combination of games that I really, really enjoy, so I love playing it. It's funny because, you know, I don't really like A Link to the Past that much on its own. But somehow the combination of games just goes together so well, you know? It's that kind of situation. Oh, right, this room. Man, what a terrible place for me to be with this kind of health. Oh well. It works out. It's fine. So we gotta deal with these spikes. Be carried by the statue. It's fine. The funny thing is, with this seed, like, I was stuck for ages, and it turned out the Morph Ball was in Lower Norfair. The Morph Ball was in Lower Norfair. Like, I couldn't believe it. So, Raiders, I hope you've all been having a nice night. And I assume you have, since you've been watching Sasha. I can't imagine not having a nice night after watching Sasha. That's not how that works, but, you know. I know life can be complicated. Okay, we got that item. Now we get the last thing. Oh wait, we already grabbed this. Let's just pop out. There we go. Yeah. Bantoon just left some couch change. Seriously, the first half of the seed was absolutely ridiculous, and we still don't really have options in Zelda yet, which is unusual. So this is a very Metroid-heavy run so far, which really demanded patience. Thankfully, patience is something I have a lot of, usually. The music? I mean, this is just my MSU1 pack. It's nothing too special. In my opinion, anyway. But... Yeah, you can't do anything without the Morph Ball, basically. That's just how Super Metroid is designed. Having a situation where I had to go all the way to Lower Norfair to get the Morph Ball, though. That was wild. There, right? I don't really think I can do anything with Meridia, but I thought I'd drop by. I mean, I can do plenty in Lower Meridia, I bet. No. Of course, if I get pulled down, I can get into Lower Meridia just fine. Let me take a look at map. Right. I'll just head down into Lower Meridia. There's no point in wasting my time in Upper Meridia. Away we go. Speaking of which, I'll be back in just a second, okay? It won't even be a minute. Sorry about that. Here I am. Right, nothing over this way for me right now. You know, it's funny. I have the hook shot. And you'd be surprised how little the hook shot actually allows you to do on its own. It'd be much more meaningful if it were like a link between worlds. Go figure, right? Thank you for the follow, Caption Blood. Caption Blood? Like, at first I thought it was Captain Blood, like the game, but then I realized it was Caption. That's fun. Welcome. There's no reason for me to do this. Yeah, I really like the Meridian music I picked out. I mean, of course, I picked it out, but... When I made my MSU packs, the idea was I was making OC Remix MSU packs, right? And so it turned out I had a lot of options when it comes to Super Metroid music for the most part, aside for a couple songs that nobody really touched. But it gave me virtually nothing in terms of options for A Link to the Past. So I had to content myself to just making a small add-on pack of A Link to the Past music. Because believe it or not, A Link to the Past has not been covered by OC Remix that much. Oh, bother. We did some light sequence breaking in Maridia and got so lost you couldn't finish. I can relate to that. I've been in that situation in the past. I feel like I don't get lost as much anymore, but the whole part of, like, opening up Maridia is always a pain. Even though I basically get it nowadays, it still feels so confusing. Like, maybe that's weird. I feel like dealing with Maridia is actually going to be a big pain right now. I think it'd be good to check a few other things. I don't know why I'm yawning. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of great OC Remix stuff. I'm just really surprised how few songs of A Link to the Past were covered directly by OC Remix. It's so odd. Oh right, I have the level 3 sword. I completely forgot. Been waiting for so long to get into A Link to the Past stuff. And I still don't have anything of meaningful progression. But I gotta give up the mushroom, so that's fine. Missile tank. I guess I'm not surprised. Okay, let's go show that kid a bottle. Why did I do that? Super missiles. Still always a good thing. Okay. I have the hook shot. I have a couple options here. Nothing of significance, but you never know. Thank you for the follow, Frozen Dino. Welcome. I hope you're having a lovely night. Or whatever time of day it may be. It had Link in the Past in the title, yet you didn't expect it to just completely change games. I think that's everyone's reaction the first time around. I always kind of enjoy that, actually. Like, I think the first time people see it change the game like that, there's this sense of, like, childlike wonder, you know? So basically, when they made this randomizer, it was because they discovered that these two games, by complete happenstance, had no shared memory regions. So it made it possible to just switch it out like that. It's a very unusual situation that's basically by pure coincidence. Although it's been theorized that maybe, just maybe, they may have originally intended for some sort of combination card that didn't happen. It's funny because, Maple, as a composer, I personally feel that if something is that mid, it is more of a reason to remix it. You can make it actually shine. Right, it's just a bunch of fairies. Yeah, see, a lot of things like this just utilize some sort of scripting like Lua. Stuff that the emulators happen to support. But this one actually, you know, is the two ROMs combined, running on actual hardware. I think that's part of what gives it such a big appeal. Like, it can run on original hardware perfectly fine. Something that none of the other combinations like it can actually say. Rupee missile. I am, however, somewhat interested in the Archipelago randomizer, which is basically a multi-world randomizer that combines a whole lot of different games through, you know, just Lua scripting or whatever. Blue Rod, nice. I mean, not really, but... Man, who was ever excited to see the Blue Rod? In hindsight. Abigail. There was a time when I really wished that I could have my own sprite for the game someday. But then I had the person who's done custom sprite work for me before look at the sprite sheet, and he was just like, no, 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 no. Right, Morph? Like, a head swap would be manageable, is what he eventually said. But that's about it. And it makes sense. It is a very big sheet. But yeah, this is Abigail from Stardew Valley. And in Super Metroid, I always use Mega Man X. So there wasn't really much of special use in A Link to the Past. I didn't have high expectations though, so it's fine. Okay. Well, you know, I've got the gravity suit, so of course Mega Man's purple. Well, Uno Squid, it's technically possible to insert sprites from the main randomizer into the combo randomizer, but it's a little difficult. You have to use a program like Sprite Thingy, which has never worked right. Or Sprite something. I think it's called Sprite something. Also, I mean, if you guys want like a Sarah version of Mega Man, you've always got this. Okay, that's not far enough. I mean, that's too far. Mega Lene. Yeah, I've also got this. Oh no! Oh, that's funny. First I went too far, then I didn't go far enough. I'm glad you guys like it. That art was by Dragon Cap Man. Oh. Well, that's gonna help. Funny enough, now that I have high jump, I could handle Maridia just fine. A fair bit of it anyway. Some of it would be very difficult without, like, bombs. Sorry, I didn't know the audio was going to get crunchy again. What do you mean high jump isn't in a sand pit? Hey, Dragon Cat Man. We were just talking about you. How are you doing? And yeah, there was that one time, right? One of the seeds I had, we had high jump and space jump in the sand pits. That was a really miserable seed. Yep. They were in different sand pits, as I recall it. So you know, they've made PC ports of A Link to the Past and now, most recently, Super Metroid. I would love for somebody to port SMZ3 to PC as well. Like, that would be amazing for me. I know a lot of people wouldn't care, but I would play the heck out of a PC version of this. Come on, game. Haha, very funny. Yeah, I mean, it sounds possible to me, Hope's Blaze. Like, you wouldn't be able to integrate them so naturally into one game like this. But I think that you could probably find a way to combine them in terms of mechanics, using scripting or some other sort of modding. Even if they wouldn't run on a single system of real hardware. Like, I feel like it could be done, and I feel like it could be very interesting. And there is nothing of meaning down here. It just felt prudent to check. I mean, we've exhausted so many of our options in terms of Super Metroid. At this point, I really just need the Varia. Past 3 AM, and you're not getting over writer's block, just going to bed? Oof. That's rough. Thank you, and I hope that you rest well. Charge beam! Just what I've always wanted. So now that I have the charge beam, aside for the fact that I'm still missing the Varia suit, like, there isn't really anything that I can't deal with in terms of Super Metroid. And if I don't have to go to Lower Norfair again, it won't be an issue. I mean, of course I will probably have to, but... Varia was behind Ridley? Ooh. Yeah, that's a thing that happens. Man, it's funny not having the wave beam. So I think we're gonna have to go to Norfair and Maridia. I mean, obviously, we've basically exhausted our options. Man, so what would be the big things for A Link to the Past at this point? The Pearl. The mirror, kind of. Hammer, yeah. The lamp wouldn't do much, but it would do a little. Okay, here we are in Maridia. Man, I remember joking before the stream that this could be a stream that had me in Super Metroid for several hours, and in A Link to the Past for like 30 minutes. And so far, that's exactly what happened. Just gotta love these Maridia remixes, though. Oops, all Metroid. Thank you, Skizbatism, for resubscribing. 8 months. Week 5. Still no sign of the Moon Pearl. The crabs believe that I am one of them. I don't have the heart to tell them that a Metul is not a crab. Man, I'm glad I got early plasma, though. Like, that's made Super Metroid considerably not dangerous. These are all words, but I don't think I put them in the right order. Hello, Winter. Cute Winter. How are you, Winter? Oh, it's a piece of heart. Well, a full heart. Oh, whatever, I don't need it. You're sleepy? Well, it is pretty late, especially where you are. Wait, I say that. No, that's right. Yeah, I get you, Wes. Sorry, Maple, the automod caught that for a moment. Thanks for the hydration reminder, RPG. I'll get to it in a sec. Ow. Ah, that's good. You don't need 8 miles of knockback. Yeah, I know multiple Maples as well, but for better or worse, one of them doesn't visit my stream, and the other does. So I think that slightly simplifies matters. Oops. Oops. I didn't mean to kill it. Thank you, Kote. And yeah, it usually lines up decently well because my microphone is so clear. Since I've got, you know, studio quality mic. Thank you for saying so, Wes. I worked really hard on my audio. Yeah, well, it can't understand some of our unusual usernames, that's for sure. Oh, you guys like my voice that much? I appreciate. Ah. I don't know if this is even a possible jump to make. Whoa, I think it... Seriously? I think it's possible to get up there like this, and I really don't think it should be. This is not the right way to do this. They're probably using Shine Spark. Oh, thank you, Maple. I have a very expensive mic and a pretty expensive interface. I have an SM7B, which, if anybody tells you that you absolutely need an SM7B, you don't. But it's such a well-known microphone for a reason. It definitely is that good. At the same time, I think people can achieve the same thing as they would with an SM7B with a lesser microphone. Thank you very much, Miaincel09, for the follow. You can get this kind of quality with your audio if you really work hard with equalizing and such with a lesser mic. So I don't think it's the end-all be-all of microphones. But still, that's basically the key. I do not take offense. That means that I am comforting, right? Like, I hope that I don't sound boring to anybody, but, like, I try to be nice and expressive with my voice, but at the same time, if I have a comforting voice, I have a comforting voice, and that's good. 300 rupees and 5 rupees. 20. Why did I say 5? Hey, Gnosis. That's pretty funny, Koti. That's pretty funny. The main thing that gets me is how many people recommend, like, Yeti mics. And there was a time when the Yeti mic was probably the most accessible you could, get for your USB mic of any good quality, but nowadays, there are so many better USB mics. When I got my Yeti, I only used it for like a month before I ended up upgrading to the SM7B and never looked back. I didn't like how I sounded on the Yeti. But I think a lot of people still get a good amount of mileage out of the Yeti. Well, here we are. The part everyone hates. Yeah, see, there's plenty of people who get mileage out of the Yeti, and, you know, I'm not the kind of person who's going to tell you your mic sucks or something, because I don't think that's true. You have not missed either one, Gnosis. I tried to get fancy. Yeah, see, this is the part of Halo where Shepard learns that Jordi is pregnant. No! Not that. Anything but that. I don't, but... there is still an option here. Oh crap. Man, I hate doing pop-up morph jumps like this. You know? Particularly when I don't have a place to stand, but it's not the worst thing in the world. See? Getting up here afterward is a little tricky. There's multiple ways to do it, but you don't have much space to do a proper jump. Fair point, I'll try without. So, we got the Moon Pearl. Thank goodness. I'm very thankful right now. At long last, I could play Zelda. I think you're tracking content right now. Guys, give me just a brief moment. I will be back. It will be less than a minute. Sorry, a ghost was attacking, so I had to astral project. Thank you for the hydration reminder. So the thing is, we're kind of low on power bombs now. So I want to refill our power bombs. I'm sorry, I'm looking over at Gigaboot's stream and Bob is wearing a hat on top of a hat. As one does. Okay, so we're going back to the ship. Refill on power bombs. Then once we've got the power bombs refilled... Oh, actually, there's an item I should get in the way. Yeah, Rigatoni, don't you know? If you're cold, they're cold. Understandable hopes, Blaze. But the thing is, when I say that, I'm also counting. And I can't wait to give you the guys that wiggly emotive got in process. It's gonna be so good. Like, I've seen a work in progress of it, and it already looks great. Okay, now for everyone's favorite puzzle. It's so easy. Hey, it's a wave beam. Ouch. Ouch. So, that takes care of that. And that's more than enough bombs, so let's go back over. Whoops! Speaking of bombs... Ow. Yeah, that's basically how I feel about it too. I mean, I tend to be very good with infinite bomb jump, as some of you know. Okay. Up. And up we go. I still have my boots off, oops. SMH. So we gotta go back. We gotta check that other sandpit. At this rate, we will be completely done with Metroid before we even get to really touch A Link to the Past. That's how this game's been going. You know? It's kind of nuts. It just works that way sometimes? Yeah, it does. Racing for raid. Thank you for the hydration reminder. That's not quite where I meant to land. Hello, everyone. Hello, Raiders. I am Sarah Lenny, the magical cat girl who plays retro games. So, I hope everyone's been having a lovely day. Hello, Dan. Thank you, Fenolphony, for the follow. Thank you, Suzo Shiro, for the follow. Thank you, Markamatame, for the follow. I think I missed someone. How is everyone? Thank you, J. Rack Jr. for the follow. Thank you, Empty Cups, for the follow. So... oh man, all of these bannies. Dan, how did Big Think Convention go today? Are you excited for Port of Ghost Trick? Because I sure am. I can't believe it's getting arranged music. That's the one thing I wanted for Ghost Trick. Like, the one thing. The double down was consumed. Oh no. I can't believe Dan is friggin' dead because he ate a double down. Also, this is SMZ3, also known as Super Metroid and Zelda 3 Combo Randomizer. Basically, it combines the two games into one, while randomizing the items across both of them. We are currently in Maridia, which I've never been happy about. This place is... I enjoy the music. Okay, that's arrow capacity over there. What do we got on the other side? Oh, why am I Mega Man? It lets you choose your sprite for Super Metroid, and I chose Mega Man. Maridia has great sushi. I bet it does. Okay, I've never been a big fan of these sand pits. Who has, really? Let's see, I don't think I can destroy those that way, actually. What I really need is to get up there. Which can be done if I'm lucky. I have the high jump boots. Yeah, I can't destroy that way. That's what I thought. Let me just take a look up here. Because why not grab the arrow capacity? It doesn't matter, but why not? Take it easy, Kote. Let's see. Is it only that other item? Yeah, it's just the heart piece. I don't need that. Let's reset, because I don't want to be in the sand pits. So yeah, the big thing I'm excited for is Ghost Trick, which is funny because I already own the iPad version, which is very good. And the new version is basically just that with even more stuff, which, you know, is great. I just think it's funny that what I'm excited for is an old game, but sometimes it's like that. It was like that last year, too. Mirror shield. Oh crap. It's just a missile. You're excited for Etrian Odyssey? Yeah, me too, honestly. Man, the remaster I really want Square to do is Rudra. Treasure of the Rudras. That's what I really want to see. No I don't, Simon. But I could. It is one of the choices. Yeah, that game. Like, now that Live Alive's been brought over, Treasure of the Rudras is the one that I'm really missing. When it comes to games that I really enjoyed, that we didn't get. Have I tried out the native port of A Link to the Past? Yeah, it actually runs really well. Like, something that's always bothered me is that the game has a lot of frame rate drops that people don't really pay much attention to in the Super Nintendo version, even on real hardware. Super Metroid, on the other hand, I don't feel needed it as much, but, like, I'm here for it, you know? Oh, yeah, case in point, I guess, but not that much. And yeah, I'm really hoping for a native version of SMZ3. Like, that would be rad. You would be able to do so much stuff with a native port. How am I missing this thing so much? Wow, that went way worse than it should have. Oh well, it's dead. Enigma remake? Yeah, of course. I'm sure that would make Vox really happy. She would be over the moon about that, I think. Yes, sure. Oops. There we go. Yeah, thank you for linking it, Sasha. Marsh Enigma. Yeah, PC versions will almost certainly have de novo. Nowadays, implementations of de novo are usually not that bad, but if you dislike it on principle, you know, then that's fine. And occasionally there is still a bad implementation, unfortunately. Oh man, Star Force. When are we getting the Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection, Capcom? Just don't put Star Force DRM in it, please. Oh, Lord. Hey. Wonder Swan Mega Man Collection. That could be neat. There's like 3 Mega Man Wonder Swan games somewhere thereabouts. Is it 3? It might just be 2, but whatever. I know there's... No, it's at least 3. I think. Anyway, they're good games. Oh. I just realized what I'm up against. I don't have many energy tanks. Let's see, what does Dragon give? The red pendant. It also unlocks the rest of Maridia. Thank you for the follow, Medrex. Okay, so... What the... guys? I don't know what happened, but the game froze. Soft reset doesn't work. I don't think I've ever had SMZ3 do that to me. Just the seed reminding you that it's cursed. Yeah. Well, Marco, the thing is that for a lot of de novo games, the effort versus reward is so low that the people who can crack de novo, of which there are actually pretty few, don't consider it to be, worth it. Also, unfortunately, the main person cracking de novo games right now happens to be extremely bigoted. Boy howdy. Oh great. Yeah, de novo actually is decently effective, even though I personally am not a pro DRM person. All the games that I've worked on do not have DRM. Well, the ones that I've worked on for Exceed. But for the most part, de novo actually does have an effect in terms of reducing piracy. Whether it's significant or not, I would doubt, honestly. I think I'm dead. I think I'm toast. Like, I think charged plasma is the way to go, but if I get caught, I'm in trouble. If only I had X-ray? Oh dear. Oh. Well, that was easy. The game just stops for a moment to tell you, red pendant. Book of Mudora. Dragon was hiding the secrets of literacy. Now, the other hard part. The other hard part is getting out. Basically alright, although this seed has been insane. The Morph Ball was in Lower Norfair. Yeah, I've never even really known it is the big thing. So I may end up leaving this item and coming back for it, but... Is my high jump turned off? Oh, well, in that case... Never mind. No wonder I couldn't get up. Yeah, myself. And the only thing I'm really particularly excited for at the moment is Ghost Trick. Although, you know, Battle Network Collection is pretty close, and I probably will play at least one of them. Like, you know, those were good games. I'm just hoping that we get the Star Force Legacy Collection too. I would pray for Legend, but we all know how Capcom feels about Legend, it seems. I mean, hopefully eventually they do. Mega Man Legends deserves a collection. Still very happy for what we're getting from them, like, they've been a decent company in recent times. I'm still so happy that Ghost Trick is getting... is getting a ranged soundtrack. Like, again, that's the one thing I wanted from it. Yeah, Misadventures of Tron Bonne. It is a Shure SM7B. They are extremely expensive. I think there are better options if you are on a budget. Man, imagine entering the plasma beam room with the plasma beam. SMH can't relate. Problem is, can I get out? I can probably get out. I think I can get out. I just need to not delay the second wall jump so much. Come on. I know what I'm doing, but at the same time, this is a tricky jump. This is a legitimately tricky jump. Might be a better way to do this. Let me try again. Yeah, iceless. It's a lot like iceless. I'm sure we'll get out of here, though. And if not, I can just reload. Momentum. Yeah, I'd considered that. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to help much in that regard. Yeah, that doesn't quite work. Anyway, it's fine. I'm just gonna reload and beat Dragon again, because the item isn't that important. Like, you know, it's no big deal, right? If I do that for too long, I'll just start hurting my arm. Okay, come on. Let's fight. The real enemy is waiting. Ah, whatever, it's fine. Almost. Uh-oh. There we go. Piece of cake. And now we wait again. It's fine. Ow. Grab the book. And now let's just get out of here. Yeah. The book is very wet. I mean, they don't call it the Book of More Dry. Every time I see the word moist, I just think of the most funny name that a Falcom OST ever had for a track. In one Falcom game, I think it might be Tokyo Xanadu, it's something around that era, there is a song called Moisty Feel. Like, I just let that sink in. Why was the sink in the bed? Somehow this has only raised more questions. Oh, it's this room. That's right. So we're gonna head back to Norfair. We still don't have the Varia suit, though. So I'm slightly concerned, maybe. A little bit. Frankly, at this point, I'm kind of at a loss of where the Varia suit could possibly be. What's up, Hope's Blaze? Yeah, I suppose that where it is could vary. Pause for groan. Okay. I'm gonna go back to Hyrule, actually. I am tired of being in Metroid, and we have a bunch of places we can check. There's Abigail. Ouch. Yeah, you guys hyped for Hype Cave? Because pretty soon we'll be going to Hype Cave. First though, we're checking the shack. Hype Cave is always a disappointment. You know, I feel like it is more often hype in A Link to the Past randomizer. And then in SMZ3 specifically, it's less often. That's the impression that I get. do we need for... Oh, okay. There is... Okay. Ah, I died. The flute still finished playing. It's the fine cave. Pseudo-hype. You know, I could. But I realized I was going the wrong way because the peg's on this side. You know what? This seed has been weird. So, why not? Why shouldn't I check the sword? Some kind of flying bomb? What? Oh, okay. And then Sarah remembered that she has the boots. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Was that the arrow of destiny? Bomb capacity. Piece of heart. We have a lot of hearts. And again, I guess we did spend 4 hours in Super Metroid. Right, nothing here. What am I doing? Hey dude, how'd you get in my house? No, the mirror is in Norfair. Wow, that emote. Wow. The Mario painting in the house? There's a Mario painting? I guess there is. Oh. Aren't all of the pullables based on kill count without getting hurt? Is that one not? Well, here we are. Immediate big key. That's funny. Whoops. Oh, a rupee. Ouch. Normal key. Yeah, all of these sprites for the randomizers have unique burst graphics like that. Most of them are great. Occasionally you'll get one that's just an alternate color, and it's like, ooh, that's so boring. Come on, drop a heart or something. My health is not very great. Shantae's was her evil genie mode. That makes sense. Still cool, but it makes sense. Like, that's straightforward, I guess. Yeah, I usually die in here at least a couple times. So don't expect a deathless. I mean, stranger things have happened, but that would be exceptionally strange. Oh. Like, I have a blue potion on me, but I haven't been wanting to use it. I want to save it for when I need it more desperately. Genius goo. Ah. I like how the caption said Genius School. Shoutouts to all my homies who went to Genius School. Genius School, then Genius Burnout. Yeah, that was my experience. I was in the gifted program. Oh no, indeed. They gifted me with depression. A whole lot of it. Way more than I would have gotten anywhere else. Some say it's a bargain. You kept flunking the smug superiority classes. Well, I didn't. After all, someone with my prestige would never flunk. I didn't make it through middle school. Yep, that is exactly what happened to me, Schismatism. Not this time, slime. Ow. I can have a little spike. Ow. Abigail from Stardew Valley. Okay. No problem here. Whoop. Oh, nice. Ah. Yeah, they do, Simon. Isn't that great? You usually drop a heart. No, I guess not in this seed. Okay, blind. Go nuts. The food they serve guards lasts centuries. Ouch. Okay. I bet he turns into Edgeworth. Okay. So we've got one pendant, one crystal, and one Metroid. And we're missing the big chest in blinds. Thank you for the hydration reminder. You know what? Let me look at... I was taking you someplace nice. Where could be nicer? Oh. See, I'm not used to having the Pegasus boots, so I'm trying to customize myself to them. Customize? Is that a word? Well, yeah, it's always great to have. Anyway, I'm just gonna check. I've heard of it, I haven't played it. A custom mate. Couldn't we all use a custom mate? Okay, I have all the dungeon items. That means there is something in the big chest. Why is it no longer marked on my... Oh well. Yeah, exactly, Schismatism. What did you think I meant, people? Okay, digging game. Like a calorie meat. Hey, Darkus. Yeah, I had a monomate once. They got better. Fire rod. Anyway, I've really kept you guys waiting, huh? That's great, Maple. Missile. Super missile. Power missile. Triple missile. Red missile. Rupee missile, but isn't that actually kind of a thing? Man, what am I doing now? Skullwoods. Should look at the map. No, not here. Obviously, I mean the map in the Dark World. Man, I would unironically love a map randomizer for SMZ3. Like, I know there's one for Super Metroid, but it would be amazing to have one for SMZ3. Okay, let's take a look at the map. Crystal, crystal, red crystal. Metroid. Pendant. Got it. For SMT? I mean, yeah, that'd be great too. I hear Roto talking to Fry. Wonder if they're talking about me behind my back. Ouch. Fry is my cat. Why did they even bother killing that? I don't know either. Okay, who put the gold star on top of the chest lid? This would be so much easier if I just burned it. Would be so much easier if I just burned it. Yeah, I have to save MP. I might need it later. I missed. That mummy looks like he's having fun. Or she. Compass. No real point in me being over here. I don't have the big key. So I don't know why I'm doing this. Okay. On to the next section. Also, it's possible that the big key is... the big chest. It's possible that the big chest is not important, which is not something you usually hear from me. Burn! Burn to the ground! Burn to the ground! Still don't have the big chest. Big key. I have the big chest, come on. Alright, enjoy. It's a key. I'd probably be more fond of Whataburger if they didn't have super thin, crispy fries. But then again, that's the main thing I judge restaurants on, isn't it? Ah. Hope's Blaze, I feel you. That is how all art feels, all the time. Oops, I let myself be grabbed that time. Do I like curly fries? No, I've never really had curly fries. They're a little... it's complicated. I have a sort of eating disorder that is caused by childhood trauma. And if I've never tried something before, I basically can't try it now either. So it's not that I wouldn't be interested in trying something like that, but at the same time, I just can't. Maybe someday. What the? That should have gotten me. I mean, I'm not complaining, but why am I even going through here? I'm not going to be able to do anything in here. Oh wait, that's right, you don't need the big key. And yeah, I mean, it's whatever. It's the kind of thing you get used to after living with it for enough. I don't mind that I subsist so much on fries. The crazy thing is I'm underweight. Despite the fact that I eat so much junk food. Oh, I died. Thank you, forever. And yeah, I enjoy the meals that I have, that's for sure. Usually. When they aren't really badly prepared. But you know, we live in the age of delivery. When you get bad food, you're kind of stuck with it, right? So that's the rough thing. Nice. I imagine that I would frustrate most chefs. Unless they would be happy with making the most boring French fries ever. Boring, but delicious. Oh, darn. Crap. This isn't going well. Ah, he touched me. I probably should just go get a potion instead of brute forcing this, but this is who I am. Okay. I'll take it. Man, the way that makes me fall in all the time. I seem to remember there being something useful in that pot. Ah, just a little magic. As a treat. You know, the word treat is one of those words that reminds me that English is really like 3 or 4 languages in a trench coat. Okay, moving on. Yikes. Ah! Yeah, it's Morph, the most attractive maverick, according to some people. I don't know who those people are. I bet they watch Foxandra or something. SMH. Arguably, it even makes us think slower because of the fact that we start using that language in our heads. A lot of us do, anyway. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, as someone who knows multiple languages, I find that eventually you just you think in whatever feels most comfortable. Hey, aphantasia means I can't see things in my head. It doesn't mean I can't hear things in my head. In fact, I could play back music in my head in perfect clarity. Yeah, you don't need to worry about being able to hear a voice in your head. You need to worry about if somebody else hears it too. That's when you should worry. Ah. Indeed. Not easy as a composer to reproduce what you hear in your head. That's for sure. I sure wish it was. Okay, I took a bunch of unnecessary damage this time. Health is dire. Got plenty of magic, but that's hardly gonna help me. Ah! Okay, I feel like I actually had a chance that way, though. The key with anything, including stuff like aphantasia, is just don't let it rule you, you know? I'm just different. Different doesn't have to mean worse. If anything, I lived most of my life not realizing that it was a condition at all because I thought that stuff in movies and such was just a gross exaggeration when it comes to like daydreams and such. Like, a visual aid so that we'll understand. When I learned that people actually do daydream like that, I was like, what? What? This seemed impossible. Haven't we had this conversation before? Yes, they do. I don't, though. Anyway, we got the crystal. And we never got the big chest. Yeah, that's a funny thing. As far as I know, I've never hallucinated either. I figure that it's related. Yeah, the funny thing is the tracker is not actually showing me the big chests. At all. Look down. Okay, so... No, not here. I can do Desert Palace now. So I'd suppose that's where we're going. You know what always gets me? The fact you actually have to skip that? Otherwise you'll just be stuck there. In that pose, in that spot. Okay, that's a key. What? Okay. Well, we've got that now. Alright, this is a trap room. Nice Tonberry holding a lantern emote. Energy tank. Big key. I guess we're not getting anything particularly interesting from this dungeon. Aside from the lantern. I mean, the lamp is important, but... See, I've already got the items. So I knew that the big chest wouldn't have anything of importance. Because there's 2 items here. Aside for keys and such. Dungeon items. Of course, the big question ends up being, will the boss give us something of use? Yeah, Ghost Trick is in July, but Battle Network collections are coming out next month. Well, you know, you can always just watch saralene.tv, streaming a couple times a week. That'll entertain you in the meantime. Hint, you're already there. There we go. And we got the green pendant. You guys know what that means. We get to go see Sahasrara. Whoops. F-O-E. Of course, there's the deer at the start of one of them. Is it the first one? That obliterates everyone at first. Ah, super missiles. And a Metroid, so we may as well do Eastern Palace. We need a Metroid. We need at least 3 Metroids to beat the game. And the 4th Metroid, don't worry about it. Last Metroid's in captivity. Paladin is dying. FOE. Yeah, I played Metroid 2 on stream not that long ago, and like earlier this... oh, was it late last year? It was good. I had never played Metroid 2 before. I don't regret it. Man, this is gonna be too easy now. Then again, you know, it's Eastern Palace, what do you expect? Go in here while I'm at it. After all, why not? Why shouldn't I be rich? Yeah, I have no intention of streaming AM2R on Twitch because I've heard that on rare occasion, people have gotten in trouble for it. But I might stream it on Discord sometime. Yeah, I mean, the 3DS game would be fine. That's kind of a different beast entirely. What am I doing? I have to use an arrow for that one. We're reaching the part of the stream where my brain starts to shut down slightly. Darn, I messed up my tech by doing that. Okay guys, come on. Have that. What the heck, Automod? Race, ethnicity, or religion? What? To be clear, that was on Schismatism's message. Welcome back, Dan. This is by far the slowest way. It's funny though. The hammer, yeah. It's fun. Okay, that's Dragon. The Dragon Metroid.
Your skill!
Thank you, Gaia. Huh. So, yeah, I got a Metroid because it counts as defeating a boss from Metroid. So I don't need to do this. At this point, though, like, why don't I do this, right? Why am I walking? I should have taken the duck service. Not here. The duck taxi. The Daxi. Hello. Hello. Ow. Yeah, the thing is, I would like to get my times down regardless. I'm just not good enough. Oh, I don't actually have... Oh, that's right. I must have mislabeled something somewhere. Anyway, I don't need the sword, because it's just a missile. Hour of Hera. Still can't do it yet. Don't have the mirror. Really wish I had the Varia suit. It's okay, Berwolf. Is everything alright? Whew. Yeah, that'd do it. Good job on getting through that. Ouch. 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 Why was I even fighting that guy? Those guys are too tough. And of course, there's nothing important back here, just possibly some healing or something. What a waste of time that tree was. Anyway, I know that I can't clear the Palace of Darkness. Likely that I won't even get anything of meaning because I don't have the hammer. Even so, I feel like I would like to take a look. It's always funny how the game slightly hitches for a moment while it loads the monkey. Like, you can only notice it if you're paying close attention to your character's movements, but it does happen. Just a moment. So I'd simply like to say, Hope's Blaze, thank you very much for the lovely art. Seriously, every time anybody draws me and puts their heart into it, it really means the world to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Seriously, it means a lot. It's a good reproduction of my actual powerful aura. Shh. Those of you who've been around a while know this, but Palace of Darkness is probably the dungeon I like the least. If you ask me why, it pretty much comes down to me being confused by it, even though it's not actually that confusing. But there's something about it that's always confused me even as a kid in certain spots. They're actually really easy, but somehow it still confounds me to this day, even though it shouldn't. Like, you ever have something where you know the solution, but you still get confused? That's me in the Palace of Darkness. Oops. Okay, another key. That's fine. I also figure that if there is anything important in here, I'm probably not going to be able to find it without the hammer, but I just wanted to take care of as much of this place as I could. Okay, we have 3 keys. Thank you, Sheriff, for resubscribing. Oh my gosh, all those fries! Sheriff, I hope you're doing well today. We're here in the Palace of Darkness. And yeah, Monty Rob, that just sounds like the Water Temple. Like, that's exactly how the Water Temple is. Man, 11 months is a long time. Okay, let's spend this key. Push this. That's one of the things that always confused me most. Like, I forget that I can push that off of the side, even though it's so obvious. And of course, I forget that I can bomb this sometimes. Don't know how I forget these things. I couldn't tell you. Compass. Yes, captions. A compass is indeed something. Thank you very much. Oh man. No problem. Good job. Good job. I can't believe I made so many dumb mistakes there. Amazing. The important thing is to be able to laugh at your own mistakes, right? And I sure as heck can. That was hilarious. You only say that because I'm the other person. This part takes so long. Like, I've always noticed that. I think I've commented about it a few times before. Oh right, I can't go past here. There's still 4 items in this place. I know I can't access most of them though. Is it most? It might just be a few. I have 2 keys. That would be fantastic, Sniff. You know what, Laconic Shock? That is completely true. I will agree with that. I don't have the big key. Never mind. When I've watched Pink play this, it always astounds me seeing the bomb jump that she does for the big chest. To skip this whole part. Well, not the whole thing, because this can have something in it sometimes, but you know. Reserve tank. Not bad. Hog! Okay, so, I guess we might be going to, Norfair. I want to learn all of this stuff, but since I don't have a visual mind, it makes a lot of tricks more difficult for me to learn than it would be for most other people. That's not to say that it's impossible for me to learn them though, but I usually end up learning them through muscle memory. Doink. Man, have I seriously forgotten this too? I can't believe I forgot where the buried item is. Wait, I did remember. It's just that that one flower for some reason reflected, and I'm like, oh, I guess I can't dig up the flowers. SMH. Man, the captions have been dead for a while. Wonder if they're alright. Indeed, Dan. That's exactly what I said. Why am I going here? We're going to Norfair. The captions are doing the Yamcha pose. Thank you for the hydration reminder, Boogums. Oh, the captions came back. The captions came back the very next day. The captions came back. We thought they were a goner, but the captions came back. They just wouldn't stay away. I'm so full of captions, yum. I'm so full from captions. Oh. Sure, why not? Fact is, we know where the mirror is. And it's in Norfair, and it's not going to be hard to get. In general, things are probably going to be kind of easy from here, which is good. I've earned it after the way the early run went. Momentum, momentum, momentum. Thought I had the tier 3 sword. Must be somewhere that I got rid of it. Like I must have reloaded or something. Okay. Just glancing at the map here. Hey Plombo, how's it going? Good to see you. Oh, right. This room is like this. Well, that suits me just fine. As I recall, it is possible to get across this way somehow. Through some sort of shenanigans. Probably from a shorter jump. Like a non-high jump. Oh crap, I didn't even jump. Pint jump. I guess not. Feel like there's a way, but... heck if I remember. Anyway, we've got plenty of other places to search in Norfair. There's tons of stuff in Norfair that we haven't checked out. Oh wait, I remember. Kraid is still alive. That's what it is. Yeah, and then I guess I must have died or something at some point. Look at the tracker. Ridley and Kraid are both alive. Was that enemy seriously stopping my speed boost? That's funny. Okay, let's go deal with Kraid of the Creek. Well, I knew that you would stop my boost, so I prepared to stop your stopping. But yeah, see, the prize room is closed. In fact, I think that was where the sword was? Or was it something like an energy tank? Anyway, Kraid time. Man, poor fake Kraid. Darn. What the? One of those, it must have hit a rock. It's fine. I don't need to kill quick. I don't need to quick kill Kraid. Words are hard. You guys know that words are hard? Nothing else in here, right? Right. Is that what's so shocking about your laconic? That's pretty funny. Okay, no, it wasn't the sword here, but still I know that I got another sword somewhere and then I don't have it anymore. Why did I duck? Oh, right. I didn't go into this room either. Isn't this actually where it was? There it is, the butter sword. We got the butter sword. Night, Werewolf. Please rest well. We still have a lot of Norfair to go. Like, my goal at this point, overall, is to unlock more of the, dungeons in A Link to the Past, because there's really no problem here otherwise. Like, if it keeps going at this rate, we're going to, like, 100% Super Metroid just to get into more of A Link to the Past. Which is funny, but not very good. ₹5. And an energy tank. Man, I can take Mother Brain at this point. That's no problem. Maybe I should. You know a lot of Cassandras, huh? Did I just do a continuous, wall jump without really meaning to? Oh well. Made a Whataburger combo and a cinnamon roll? Oh dear. Is your stomach okay? Or is it like these power bombs they just picked up? I've always felt like power bombs in Super Metroid look like a wrapped hamburger. It's better than it was after the double down. What was that? Did you guys hear that? Sounded like a water drop or something. At least the sword situation is dramatically improved. We can easily handle Misery Mire, but we don't need to. We have enough Metroids. Yeah, my entire MSU pack for Super Metroid is from OC Remix. Because I felt no one else had made one, so I made one. Okay everyone, I will be back in a moment. I need a soda. Already had 2 sodas, I need another soda. Okay. I am back. The unfortunate part of stepping away like that is it always costs a ton of viewers. Those are MSU1 packs. Music packs for SNES games, basically. All right. A super close-up of my face. What, so I can be like Voxandra? Is that what you want? So I can be more like Voxandra? I'm Voxandra.gay? Is that it? Is that what you want? Thank you. Something that's easy to miss is that there's little white outlines on the stars in the eyes, see? Like this? A microphone for Super Metroid streams. Well, yes, but actually no. Thank you, Clickbait PNG, for following. Man, imagine if I did all this and then it turned out that I didn't need, any crystals for Ganon. Get off of me, Metroid. Please die. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Hey, sup? Ow. Rude. It will always amuse me how X pulls off his arm to hold it up like this, apparently. The baby. Give that kid a pacifier. Energy sword. Also, there's more art. Let's see. Take a look. Dragon Cat Man says, couldn't come up with anything related to Zelda or Metroid, so just decided to test some pins instead. It looks really nice. It looks really, really nice. The whole facial style is very cute. Also, the eyes are very interesting. Okay, let's go. I don't need to save. was that sound? Okay, there we go. I think I've got this super powerful beam. Oh crap. Here it comes. Crap. Oh, that's not good. Is it rearing up to do? Yeah. It's fine. Let me up! Let me up! Okay. Sure, don't bother refilling my reserve tank. Everybody's favorite moment in the game, though. In terms of badassery. Indeed, Sniff. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? No. No, I'm fine. Mew under the truck. Well then, moving on. We still got a fair bit of business in Norfair. I should refill on everything first. Thank you, Emperor Wisteria, for the follow. Wisteria. Saving them? From what? From me? I don't see any danger. The animals are fine. I hope you sleep well. Thank you very much for joining. I love the diagonal hyper beam. Like, it fires at such a strange angle. Like, you guys see the way it's affected by the momentum? Isn't that so weird, but so cool? Oops. What am I doing? I can't get through that way. Yeah, I was just kind of amused because, you know, people talking about the comparisons between the Hyper Beam and, like, Mew and such. And here I am using it. Yeah, same. It's called, like, Jade Corridor? I think? Man. When I play this, like, all I can think is it's nothing but bangers, and like, it just makes me even more eager for us to have, like, dance emotes that you guys can use. The Wiggly emote is coming, and it is so cute, and I wish I could show you, but when it's done. And I gotta say, I can't recommend Hazel's work enough. What is this, Ragnarok Online? The private server I ran was named Angelicaro. Ah, right, the green gate. Can't get past that. There's no way past that. Yeah, it's memories of a long gone life, so to speak. That's how it feels for me. There's good memories and bad memories, and a whole lot of memories of me not being mature enough. That's what happens when you run something like that when you're still basically just a kid. Oh, that didn't help me at all. Let's see. Man, the part I'm not looking forward to here is going to Lower North Fair, but might need to. I'm debating what the best way to get that mirror would be. Oh, not a whole lot, Hopes Blaze. How are you doing? Thank you once again for the lovely art. Oh. I just realized I can't freeze anything. I can't even highlight the beam, actually. And yeah, I'm still at it, Shia. How you doing? Oh, right, this is just a refill room. I have not had a proper meal today myself. But it's fine. I know my own limits, and I know my own body. You can't sleep because you're tired of resting? I've definitely experienced that before. Man, everybody's going for the double down, huh? Dan, why don't you tell them it wasn't worth it? Yeah, the Diablo down. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds like a double down, alright. The ice rod! The ice rod! You know, the ice rod is one of the most problematic items in the randomizers. In the Link to the Past randomizer, you will often have a run get stuck because you can't find the ice rod. And that's because you need it, but also so few things are dependent on it that it doesn't end up in logic the same way other items do. I just thought that was interesting. Don't you love taking a warm bath? A perhaps slightly too warm bath? Come to think of it, I can't go through Lower Norfair proper while holding on to the hyper beam. Oh crap. This is not the best way to do the gravity jump, by far. It's just how I learned it for some reason. Crap! I can't believe I did that. That was so bad. Oh. Oh, he shot me. I got shot. I'm gonna get shot immediately this time. That was useless. It was a straight jump. Okay, I'm not going to go in this way. It's not gonna work. I mean, it would work, but it wouldn't actually get me to Ridley. So that means I'm not gonna be able to take advantage of the hyper beam. You see, the reasoning is, I don't have space jump. And there's that one Chozo statue that you need space jump to go past. So sadly, we have to return to Hyrule. And when we return to Hyrule, the hyper beam will go away. I guess I could get, Rockameyer's item. What the? Evacuate soul. You saw that, right? X's soul left its body. Thank you, critic. 3 months. How has the seed been? Rough, actually. It's been a very long seed compared to what I thought, because we haven't really been able to do much in Link to the Past. Most of it's been locked behind Super Metroid. I knew that the seed would be a problem when the Morph Ball was in Lower Norfair. It was unexpected, that's for sure. Because we had to do so much to get to Lower Norfair, considering I didn't get much progression at all in A Link to the Past up to that point. Just a very strange seed. Yeah, I had Hyper Beam. Like, I have to correct you on that, because when I go back into Super Metroid, I will no longer have it. It doesn't save. And since I don't have Space Jump, this is my best way to get back to Lower Norfair, which is where I feel like I might need to be right now. Very awkward situation. But, you know, sometimes they be like that. Wait a moment, what am I... Come to think of it, I doubt there's going to be anything particularly significant in this room either. There we go. Energy tank? Okay. That's not helpful. Piece of heart on the other side. Oh, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do that jump. So let me think. What we really need is the mirror. I think getting the mirror is possible. It's going to be difficult to get the mirror. Ouch. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Want to look up information on the room in Upper Nova that has the missile tank. Just a moment, I'm looking at things. Come on, none of these are the room I'm looking for. Because I feel like there might be some way I'm simply missing that will allow me to get the mirror. Twister and high jump boots from lower platforms. Port charge, 3 tap or better. Or an IBJ, which is impossible. Let's see. Yeah, through that corridor. This is the wrong room. Man, I get a little lost in this place sometimes. Take it easy, Marty Rob. As always, thank you so much for being here and supporting me for so long. If the speed booster kicked in here, it would be so much easier. Oh? If I had slightly more momentum. Yeah, this can be done. Okay. Okay, that's a problem solved. And about time, too, right? I forgot to pick up the item down here. Oh, ugh. Just a piece of heart. I mean, that's fine. A piece of heart isn't bad. Whoops. Okay. Okay, now what? Man, I should probably go and check how many... I should really have checked how many crystals I need. It's possible that I could beat the game now if I don't need more than 2. I mean, sure, I would have to do silverless, but... Okay, game, very funny. So, how many people here hate Ice Palace? Is it all of you? Or just most of you? Personally, even though I don't hate it myself, I understand why people do. The worst is really when you die with no magic. But my personal take is, if you do everything in the order that it provides it to you, Ice Palace isn't that difficult. Well, I never. Ouch. Ah, these bozos. You know, if you lay the bomb too fast, it will not kill them? Because they have to actually go through the entire animation first? Whoops. That's the wrong switch setting. Oh, right, this room. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of instances of that in the game as a whole, but it's particularly unusual in that situation, right? Like not being able to kill them, even though you're doing exactly what you're supposed to do to be able to kill them. Like, that's weird, right? What? Okay, game. I don't have the big key. I need the big key, but I don't have the big key. That's a mood. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm not actually complaining. I just think it's funny. Well, I messed that up. Okay, like this. Have a key, so that's fine. I just need the big key. Okay, I should have seen that coming. From the game that brought you MC Hammer. It's Vanilla Ice Palace. Where is Bookshop? Big key. Finally. Is this bombable? It looks bombable. Okay, I don't have the hammer. We gotta mirror out of here and get back to the big chest. Oh, fun. You don't need to be in there, don't need to be in the next room. Over here. Oh right, I have to open it. Obviously. Can I do it with only one heart? Okay, bomb. Out of my way, dude. Oh my... Hello, everyone. Welcome, Raiders. I am Sarah Lenny, the magical cat girl who plays retro games. And we are here playing SMZ3. So, Vox, how did Final Fantasy go? Did you beat it? You know, I've never played Final Fantasy 1 either. I'm sure it's great, though. All these Kingston Wigglies. Thank you for the follow, the last empanada. You beat it by the skin of your teeth? Oh, man. Hello, Mr. J. Hello, Spiff. Hello, everyone, really. Lich killed your red mage and you tried to power through. Oh boy. Doesn't even know how incredibly well it went for her. Okay, so... yeah, I've kind of had a time when it comes to the siege myself. Because, like, so, the Morph Ball was in Lower Norfair. And I know you probably don't play, like, Super Metroid Randomizer, but, like, that is an incredibly obnoxious place for the Morph Ball to be. So my entire, like, first hour or two of the game was just me desperately trying to figure out where the Morph Ball could possibly be. The only reason I could reach Lower Norfair is because this is SMZ3 and not Super Metroid Randomizer. Oh, have some good food. Thank you so much for raiding. Oops, I didn't mean to go back up. So basically, we are dipping into dungeons here that we can't necessarily clear because things are not great with this seed. Oh, Hog, the hammer. Well, this dungeon just became clearable. You knew the hammer was gonna be there. Somehow, I feel like you did know. Intuition is real. Yeah, no credit. I am still at it. This seed has been really long because things got really dire from the start with the Morph Ball being in Lower Norfair. Yeah, Speedy, that is 110% true. Okay, so what I need is another key. Thanks, Fuzz. So, Dot, I am basically done with Metroid already, unless the game really makes me go into Lower Norfair proper. So I'm basically just in A Link to the Past from here on. It's been that kind of run. I practically had to 100% Metroid. You hate to see it. Thank you for the follow, Franch Toost. That is such a cute emote. I love it. Okay, that's just there. Ouch. Ah. Awkward. Out of my way, out of my way. Here we go. Past these spikes and into room with more spikes. Now that we have the hammer, though, we can actually do something in this room. I forgot that emote still existed. Okay, we got the key. The spinning version still exists too. Oh my gosh. I guess I put that there again because I wanted something to tide people over until the Wiggly. The Wiggly is coming along great though. Like, it looks so good. Oops. Okay, we got both keys. We're ready to finish the palace. Of course, the palace is also ready to finish us. That's just how it goes. I don't make those rules. Ah. That anti-fairy is very rude. Thank you for Thank you for subscribing, Bubble Roxy. I appreciate it so much. And it's a neat trick using the subscriber emote when you're subscribing, isn't it? I don't know why I thought that made sense. It's probably because it's 2 AM. Do you ever say something that completely meaningless? Oh man. We are on hour 7 of the stream is why. Yep, sure is. I'm in Eastern time. The Eastern American time. Yeah, so does lasting time of the stream. Like when you're on hour 7 because things have gone sideways. Yeah. Not much to be said about it, right? Anyway, we're almost to the boss, it's fine. Oh, it's doing that again? I'm so sorry about this, guys. I know how to fix this. It's something in Windows. It should sound okay again. To be fair, I have a sleep disorder. It's called non-24 sleep-wake disorder. And basically it means that my body's biological clock is completely screwed. It doesn't know what hour it is or what day it is or anything. So we joke that I live on Sara non-standard time. I mean, I say joke, but it's also just true, so there's that. Whoops. That was the wrong item. I was trying to use powder. Ah, right. Yeah, eventually my body just tells me, hey, you, sleep. And so I do it. And until then, I don't really have that opportunity. Not really that bad, in so much as typically, if you have this condition, you've probably had it your whole life. And, you know, when you don't know anything else, it's not really that bad, except that I can't hold a normal day job. Yeah, well, I didn't. I am a middle school dropout. Which is interesting because I've still managed to make a lot of my life. I thank my family for that because I had access to the internet at a pretty early age. And as a result, I was still able to learn things. Wrong place to start in this situation. Like, without that, I really don't know what I would have done. Because I still had a thirst for knowledge, and... yeah, Baydog, I'm flattered when when you say that. Like, it's all a funny situation, because, like, I was also a gifted kid, right? And you know how things go for gifted kids. But I spent a lot of time at home, on the internet. Yes, Dot, you definitely do. And I will admit, I do have anxiety about the phone. Hello, Santo Arts. Welcome. Yeah, pretty much everyone in chat gets it. This is SMZ3. It is a randomizer that combines Super Metroid and A Link to the Past in the same ROM. The most incredible part is it actually runs on real hardware without issue. Although I'm not running it on anything like that right now. It's pretty incredible. Oh crap. Yeah, so my understanding is, for whatever reason, Super Metroid and A Link to the Past have a major lack of overlap in terms of memory regions that they use. And so, by pure happenstance, pure coincidence, it's possible for the two ROMs to be combined without any problems that you would normally see in that situation. Some people have theorized that maybe when Nintendo was making them, they may have been envisioning that they would eventually put them on one cartridge. And to me, that sounds plausible. That sounds like a reason that things could have been designed that way. Why am I not running? I see exactly. I think that was what they were planning. Okay guys, let's find out how many crystals we actually need to fight Ganon. We're still silverless at the moment though. 5 crystals. We've got 3. We're gonna be here a while. A rupee. Somehow adds Great Cave Offensive. Now see, I really like Great Cave Offensive, but I feel like the problem is that most of the items in Great Cave Offensive are just for, you know, to have. It's one of the modes in Kirby Superstar. Let's see. I think Palace of Darkness should probably be next. Or Tower of Hera. Yeah, Tower of Hera is probably best. Tower of Hera followed by Palace of Darkness, which I've already practically cleared. And we'll be able to fight Ganon. It'd be great if I found the silver arrows in the meantime, but if I don't, I guess that's cool too. Have the butter sword at least. Once again, I am not running. It's funny, I explained this a few times already, but in my runs, I never get the Pegasus boots until like the very end of the game, and as a result, I have never really learned how to properly use them. It's left a gap in my knowledge entirely because of that. Like, obviously, I know how to run, but I can't get it automatic in my head to run when I need to. But you know, I'll get there. Everything takes time. The big key. Sure, why not? Yeah, like, I'm sure I will internalize it more when I get more runs where I actually have the boots. But it's been so rare for me to have them. Similarly, most of my Super Metroid games, I never get them the normal bombs. So I'm usually running around without the Pegasus boots and without normal bombs. So I'm walking everywhere and using power bombs all the time. For everything. I'm sure I'll get it eventually, though. Yeah, that makes sense. That slowdown. Okay. And you know how it goes. Moldorm time. Ouch. Why was there a dialogue box sound during that fight? Yeah, sorry about that. Some of the OC remixes that I used, and it was OC Remix that I used, um, in my add-on pack, have sound effects like that. Of course. Yeah, exactly. Also, I forgot the I forgot the one last room. Now we get to do the most boring part. Night, Winter. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Kate Shining Deer, for following. This part is so dull. Well, thank you. $300. I don't know what I was expecting, but I don't think I expected it to be that underwhelming. How many bottles do I have? One bottle. I have one bottle. Harry! Yeah, you know, if an MSU patch already exists, the hard part has been done. The hardest part. Oh, right. It's right top. Why did I... It's okay. Like, as long as the game has been hacked to do MSU already, it's not that hard to make the MSUs themselves. If you can't figure out loop points by yourself, there are tools that you can use to find loop points in songs as well. Okay, I have access to Turtle Rock, not that I want it. Yeah, some randomizers do randomize things like that. Let's check if Ganon's tower is open. Nope. Ganon requires 5 crystals, but the tower requires 7. Ganon, you made your tower so secure that I am never going in there. Zoning laws. Oh, that wasn't as... I wasn't expecting that. Anyway, we're in Hookshot Cave, so I should... Hookshot. I should shot some hooks. Down I go. Reserve tank. I don't need these Metroid items anymore. I'm already set as far as Metroid is concerned. Oops. That's not right. Thank you, Sanzo Arts, for following. Man, I remembered the floor pattern, but... oh well. Okay. Did I even look at what was on the island? I didn't. The bug net. Okay. I'm okay with that. I knew what I was doing. And I still did it. That is so shameful. This does not reset it. Wait, yeah, it does. I had to go further. Second bottle. That might be important, since it seems like we're doing silverless. I don't think... have I ever done silverless? I don't think I have. Anyway, that's not a problem. We'll figure it out. We have to finish Palace of Darkness. You guys ever forget this is here? I don't anymore, but I used to. Yeah, little dinosaur bird. I have a bad sense of visual memory, because I don't have visuals in my head. And that can make memorizing maps difficult. Not impossible, though. Not impossible. Yeah, screw that thing. Oh no, captions. Captions, no. Feels like an East track? I can take it. It may shock you to know that I like East. Thank you for the follow, dank face. I'm sure your face is fine. Yes, you could say that I'm a fan. Thank you for the follow, Wanderung Hermit. Who's gonna tell him? I was just being silly about it anyway. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Oops. Running on from too close. Maybe I'll just do that. Okay, that didn't really help me. It's fine. The old-fashioned way is fine too. Okay, so I'm going to step away for less than 1 minute, and then we are going to deal with Ganon, I guess. Okay. So, I'm not a player who's done Silverless much, if ever. I'm legitimately not sure if I've ever done it. So bear with me. Wait, I want to get blue potions. My insurance policy. Yeah, I've got the butter sword. That's super important. So, with the level 4 sword and torch glitch, I'm sure it won't be that bad. Yeah, I've seen other people do it enough. Just a matter of getting the timing down. Like, you know, that's the thing with me. I don't doubt my ability to execute things, I just have trouble learning them in the first place. I feel like we keep ending up here, don't you? It's like deja vu all over again. Okay, no arrows. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $11, $12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Ganon, you don't have this much health, man. Security and healthcare, yeah. I still can't get over Ganon's tower being 7 crystals when this is 5. That's great. I always set it to random because, like, with SMZ3, the game length will get absolutely out of hand if you don't. It goes without saying, right? Okay, that's favorable. Brinstar. Brinstar. There's only one room in Brinstar that I haven't gotten the item from. Let's try again. But that means I know exactly where the silver arrows are. It's a pain, though, because it's in the X-ray room. It's gotta be. That's the only place. I died again. I forgot I only have level 2 mail. I just really want to try Silverless first. The X-ray room will be a nightmare without grapple, but and without space jump, but it's not impossible. Like, I have high jump, so it's possible. And a whole lot of energy things. A manila envelope, huh? Ouch. That was rude. Okay. No, please don't be standing over here. Ow. Thank you so much, Paydog, for resubscribing. Oh, East 1 and 2 as a combo randomizer would be pretty amazing, actually. In my opinion. Oh, darn. Well, I failed. Failing the torch. R.I.P. Man. I really want to learn Silverless, but let's take one look at the X-ray room. Okay? Let's see how it is. And if we can easily get the item, we'll get it. Can't, we won't. It'd be easier to get there from Norfair. Hello, okay guy. How are you doing? Hey, Shinon. Yeah, this game is SMZ3, the Super Metroid and A Link to the Past combo randomizer. And just so you know, this is an actual ROM hack. It works on real hardware. That'll always be the part that makes this actually impressive, and not just another Lua hack. Well, you can run MSU on real hardware if you have a flash card that supports it. Because MSU1 was designed by View Near as an actual add-on for the SNES. A theoretical one, but flashcards can handle it by just having, you know, the stuff that's needed for it. But yeah, normally it would use the default music, but I made my own MSU pack. Wait, why is the ice beam deactivated? I need the ice beam for this. Okay. As those of you who play Super Metroid might know, doing this room without Grapple Beam or space jump. It is already kind of a pain. But yeah, isn't that wonderful? I love the Metroid. The Metal. Why did I say Metroid? Well, it's obvious why. I love the Metal transfer so much. Like, look at this. Look at this art. Isn't that wonderful? Oh no. That's not a useful position at all. What the? Oh crap. Man, that almost worked, huh? Nope. I would have had to wall jump off it, and I failed. Sorry, I had to shake the hair out. Don't you hate when your hair gets in your mouth? Look how mean X looks when he's aiming down. And when he's aiming up, he removes his arm and holds it in the other arm. Oh crap. Oh crap. I destroyed it. Okay, I said we'd try the room once, but we've almost got it right like this, so... I'll give it one more shot. Since we're still here. Guess I can just freeze these instead of destroying them, and that'd help. Too far. Crap. If I can get one below, that would work just as well as building a bridge across. It died. Wait. I don't need to deal with any of this. What am I doing? Silver arrows. Okay. Now all we have to do is return safely to Hyrule. No problem. I will learn Silverless, though. It's important to me that I do. Like, I play SMZ3 so much, and... You know, this stuff is just... These tricks are really important. I think I might make it the next thing I learn. But like this, we won't need Silverless this time. And after the run I've had, like, that's fine, right? It's been almost 8 hours. 8 hours straight. It sucks with the Master Sword? Yeah. I think I watched Dot do that once. Or was it Roto? I watched someone do it. Thank you for the follow, Delson7 Pony. Yeah, it's just tedious at that point, right? You basically need the torch glitch if you're going to do it. Or a lot of blue potions or green potions. That's the impression I get. Thank you, Tarathiel, for following. Okay, so... First things first. Let's grab our blue potion that we used. Yeah, it does, but like, especially for Silverless, right? It's extra helpful for that. Right next to the food. As I recall it, the bread sword and the butter sword have the same damage against Ganon if Silverless, right? It's just the Master Sword that's weaker? I seem to remember trying it with the Fighter Sword and realizing, oh, even Silverless, no damage. That's the time I was learning Silverless. I remember now. Okay, I'm ready. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense, actually. Uh-oh. Man, so much damage. I feel like I relearn this fight every time I do it. Like, it's not that I'm bad at the fight, but every single time I forget what I'm doing. Not the steps, just like the muscle memory? You guys get me. Ow. Ow. Silver, my one true weakness. Okay. Oh no! The torch went out. That was odd. Oh wait, no, that's right. The right torch stays ignited. Yeah, the torch went out. No problem, actually. I'm always relearning this. I hate it. I love this game. I hate I hate that I can't learn so well, but that's fine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bad place. Oh, 2 for 1. Okay, and that's 3 and 4. Very good positioning there. Ah. Okay, I failed. It's fine, it's not the end of the world to mess up the torch glitch. It is the end of the world to fall, though. The biggest shame of all, falling. What does this say this time? Oh, it's just a tutorial message. Okay, guys. I got this. Maybe I should pull one of these. Wonder if any of them's hearts. Right. Nope. Okay, that one's rupees. Gotta bonk the tree, but I didn't. Fairy! It's just what I always wanted. Okay, whatever. This is enough health. I do love Fang's cheer emote. Flop. I always love getting that sneak attack on him. Like, that's great, right? Why was she holding the spin attack, you ask? I do not know. Okay, this might be a bad position. I should move. Crap. Gotcha. Thank you. Man, this run almost almost exactly 8 hours. What the heck? Well, counting my stream intro of like 10 minutes. And scene. I still remember this time that I cleared this and it went meow 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 meow. I honestly like these credits way more than Super Metroid's for this. So I always try to finish Super Metroid first nowadays. Yeah, it does give you more time with the Hyper Beam. You see, if you beat Metroid first, there's no escape timer. Thank you, Henri Frosty, for the follow. And since there's no escape timer, when you get out of the area that's, you know, actively exploding and everything, you can just keep the Hyper Beam until you go back to Hyrule. Although, you know, if you die or go back to Hyrule, you lose the Hyper Beam. You, as far as I know, you've always been able to beat them in either order. Maybe, like, in the very earliest versions, because I think that you couldn't go back to one of the games in one of the earliest versions. That's off the top of my head, though. I'm not convinced I remember right. Venus, Queen of Fairies. Right, any of you who are interested, we have a Discord. You can find it at that link there. It's a very, very cozy place. A lot of news gets posted there too. And the super missile sleeps again. Forever. Because that's what it was. It was a super missile. We never got it.
Yes!
Oh, here's the seed. Still can't believe the Morph Ball was in Lower Norfair. That was a nightmare. You know, one thing that makes me sad about this randomizer is that some of the...
Well done, I guess.
Thank you. Some of the information that it gives you at the end doesn't work correctly. Like, I think the bonk counter doesn't always work, and it doesn't always say, Ganon's Tower chest information, the big key. It's usually blank. Stuff like that.
It's popcorn time!
Blackheads, 0. Wrinkles, 0. Bombs, 0. Ugh. I think this is actually my first run ever without any fairy revivals, though. Collected items 222. That is way too many. Spring Ball is the room you get to by going through Shacktool's area. Yeah. Why? What was there? And yeah, there were. It was 222. Thank you, Congo, for following. I think I hope words are hard. I hope you're having a lovely night. Space Jump was in Spring. Oh, that's painful. I can't believe Space Jump was in Spring Ballroom. Yep, this is my room scene. We made it like late last year and unveiled it for like my anniversary event. Isn't it lovely? I love it. You've even got an entire pinball machine back there. Like, that's wonderful, right? Actually, that was, Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Not Curly Brace. So, I would just like to thank you all so much for watching me and for supporting me today. It was a really great stream in the end, even if the seed was bonkers. Once again, anybody interested in more Zara content and chatting, my Discord is right there. Anyway, I am going to roll the credits and send you guys along on a raid to one of my friends. I don't think I've actually raided Dr. O since he became a full-time VTuber. So I think I'm finally going to raid him. Yeah, Vox is a dear friend. Vox is great. I always recommend Vox. Okay, so good night, everyone. Thank you so much.